and welcome to another railroad adventure. Today we are going further than we've ever gone, from the home of Bellingham to the city of Seattle to the rural area of Northern California. This will be a several-day journey, including a long-distance run on Amtrak. We will start our journey in Bellingham on the BNSF Bellingham Subdivision, seeing BNSF trains pass through the waterfront. Then we climb on board Amtrak Cascades at the Fairhaven Terminal and travel to Seattle. At Everett, we will then travel on the Puget Sound on BNSF's Scenic Subdivision. In Seattle, we switch trains the following day and travel the Coast Starlight starting on BNSF's Seattle Subdivision to Vancouver. Then we head into Portland and onto Union Pacific's Brooklyn Sub, and then through the Oregon Cascades. We then travel the last few miles on the entirety of UP's Black Butte Sub from Klamath Falls to Dunsmir, California. We then turn back north, and we will see Union Pacific trains in Klamath Falls, and Eugene, Oregon. We then finish our full journey back in Bellingham and see trains of the BNSF and Amtrak close out the visit. There's a lot to see, so let's get started. We officially start our cross-state journey here in Bellingham, Washington. The golden sunset makes for perfect lighting underneath the Roeder Avenue overpass. A southbound mixed freight heads through Bellingham, with a Heritage 2 GEVO in the lead. The BNSF lettering has been vandalized with graffiti. Shortly after the train passes, another one arrives in Bellingham. This is the local mixed freight running from the small yard in Custer and is now on its way to the Delta Yard in Everett. An EMD GP60M leads this train. Classic 4-axle EMD power is very common on this train. We are now north of downtown and at the Amtrak station in Fairhaven. This is where our Amtrak trip begins. Ever since 1995, it has serviced Amtrak Cascades trains and Greyhound buses. The interior of the station is small but cozy, with a local coffee shop to the right of the waiting area near the entrance door. A giant monitor screen displays trains and buses that are set to arrive, along with automated public service announcements. A small billboard schedule is also present. We are now outside near the platform, awaiting Amtrak Cascades 517.
Should be here in about 5 minutes. If you haven't already started to make your way up to the boarding platform, please do so now. Making sure you stay well behind the white line until the train comes to a complete stop and the doors open. Thanks a lot.
Currently waiting in the siding is another local manifest. This one is running north from Everett to Custer. After waiting a little bit longer, our train finally arrives. Amtrak Cascades 517. The consist includes XF40PH converted into a NPCU cab car, 3 Bud-built Amfleet single-level style coaches, and bringing up the rear is a SC44 Charger built by Siemens Mobility.
Well, our friends just came back. I don't know if they upgraded or not, but our friends just came back.
We are now departing Bellingham as we begin our journey to California. We get a better look at the consist of this manifest. Sandwiched in between the EMD power is a GE 6-axle C44-9W in the BNSF Heritage 2 livery, first introduced in 1999.
Also, folks, this is a non-smoking train, so no smoking of any kind, including vaping and or smoking marijuana. Thank you folks so much and welcome aboard.
Interesting. Most interesting.
Out there is the ocean, but this is like a little bay.
So apparently, Fran's got some of her clothes were definitely not very appropriate. So I heard. And my dad with my great return.
We have 2 hours. We'll go out plenty of body.
When she said that they saw the old couple at the other hotel.
Maybe that's what that button's for.
There
There you
What
go.
were you doing?
Be careful for the person behind you.
Leaving the town of Bellingham behind, we are now traveling along Chuckanuck Bay and will be passing through Larrabee State Park.
Daniel and Andrew got on in Bellingham. We have a Daniel, Andrew, Gilmore, Andrew.
No, I said it wasn't on.
Daniel.
The street brake protector though. You can start it. You could have been. You seem to really want to talk. Hey. You were fine.
We enter Skagit County in Bow and make our way into Burlington. Our first station stop of Mount Vernon is not too far away.
Oh, much more harder.
we enter Burlington Yard. This is where the line splits into two branches, one heading to Anacortes, the other heads to the Canadian border at Sumas. The Anacortes local is at work as we speed past the yard. Just after crossing the Skagit River, we enter our first station stop in Mount Vernon, passing by where the station used to be, which is now a BNSF office for maintenance crews. We are passing by the Mount Vernon Terminal Railway, a small short line serving local industries on this spur. They also interchange with the BNSF and have a car maintenance and storage area. The current station is located in the middle of town. It was opened for service in 2004, and since then it's been the place for Mount Vernon passengers. Leaving Mount Vernon behind, the Bellingham Subdivision travels through flat farmland to Marysville.
Mount Vernon, you just join us here in Mount Vernon. Tickets, please. Mount Vernon. Yes, that's where I'm going.
It'll take 8 hours. It's only an extra hour. And to Portland, it's at least a half hour. Yes. No, Vancouver is like 10 minutes. Yeah, 2 hours by the time you're here. That's true. Yeah, because no one knew and it's like the railroad. It's like walking the field. Oh, and it wasn't beating with slashing. A guy on a train. Oh, that one too. Just the week before, this Berkeley professor. Local bus.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Come Stanwood, come. Arriving at Stanwood, Stanwood. Station stop, Stanwood.
And the stock photo there was Bravo. Chicken and a photo.
Entering Marysville, we cross over a series of swing bridges known as Steamboat Slough, named for its use by the steamboats and the mosquito fleet of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The slough served as a vital commercial and passenger lifeline before the arrival of the railroad. Just across from us is BNSF's Delta Yard, the main terminal for southbound trains on the Bellingham sub. A westbound garbage train is departing Everett and is heading for the Puget Sound and the Columbia River Gorge, where it will drop off its load at the Roosevelt landfill. Delta Yard is where the BNSF splits off into 3 different routes. To the south, the Puget Sound to Seattle and Vancouver, via Portland, Oregon, or the Columbia River Gorge to Pasco, Washington, or the Oregon Trunk Line to Klamath Falls, Oregon. To the north, to Canada and New Westminster, British Columbia via Vancouver. To the east, the route over Stevens Pass and eastern Washington to Spokane, along the funnel to Sandpoint, Idaho.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Coming to the next station stop of Everett. Everett is your stop. Please take the time now to gather all your belongings. Check the overhead rack. Make sure you don't leave anything behind. Next station stop coming up, Everett. Everett coming up next. Doors will be open in business class. And in coach will be in the middle of the 2-coach car. Once again, open doors, business class, and coach will be in the middle of the 2-coach car. Everett coming up.
We arrive at the Everett Station, first opened in February of 2004, and since then has served Amtrak Cascades, Amtrak's Empire Builder running between Chicago and Seattle, and a plethora of Sounder commuter trains, as well as bus service.
Join us here in Everett. I'll be working my way back. Tickets out, please. Everett, we just got on in Everett.
The original station in Everett was located on the other side of the tunnel, leading to the Puget Sound, a small depot built by the Great Northern Railroad. Built in 1909, it served the GN until 1970, and then the new Burlington Northern Railroad took over until May 1st, 1971, when Amtrak was formed. Amtrak used the depot until its closure in 2002. It was then used by the BNSF as a yard office, but as of now, it is temporarily closed with an uncertain future. We officially enter the Puget Sound as we now take in the beautiful water views and are now clicking off the final miles to Seattle, with our final station stop before Seattle being Edmonds.
이런데 볼 때 보면
Next up, Seattle.
Take a little white tag, see that cooler on it. Take the yellow and set the outside. Anybody else got on here? Edmonds.
आगे तक बढ़ते जाते हैं इसके आगे भी जाते हैं
Entering Seattle, we cross over the Ballard Lift Bridge over the Ballard Locks. Just south of the bridge is Interbay Yard.
बड़ा ऊपर नीचे हो
The Interbay, or Balmer Yard, was once a major yard for the Great Northern, later the Burlington Northern. The BNSF then took charge of the yard and continued service. However, in recent years, BNSF has now shut down all major freight operations out of Interbay Yard and is now used for car storage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Come to our next station stop of Seattle King Street Station. Just a quick few announcement here in Seattle. If you have any checked bags, please allow some time for the bags to get unloaded off the train and bring inside the station where you can pick it up at the baggage carousel. Once again, if you have any checked bags, allow some time for the bags to get unloaded off the train and it's going to get brought inside the station where you can pick it up at the baggage carousel. Folks, in Seattle, it is a crew change station, so if you'd like to step off the train, get some fresh air, stretch out your legs, please stay train side. Do not go into the station. Once again, the train will depart at 12:10. Make sure to be back on the train by 12 o'clock. Now it's a good time to take a look around you. Check the overhead rack. Check all the outlets, make sure there's no phone charger stuck in there. Seattle King Street Station coming up next. Next stop, Seattle. On behalf of Amtrak and the crew on board, thank you for riding with us today. For everybody else that's continuing on after Seattle, have a good day. Seattle coming up next. All doors will open up in Seattle. Again, if you move seats, please take the little white seat check or yellow or pink seat check. That's on top of your old seat to your new seats. Thank you.
My chicken washed off. My chicken washed off before I even got back from the restaurant last night. I knew it was gonna wash off. Why I got
Like this unconnects from the carrier in front of
yeah, it's like a block.
We are now arriving at King Street Station. A Federal Railway Administration car is seen on the far track. All right. As we leave Amtrak Cascades behind, a northbound sounder arrives in King Street. King Street Station officially opened on May 10, 1906, and has served passengers for many decades. One can only imagine what it was like when fire-breathing steam engines once roamed the station's rails. Today, it is a hub for Sounder commuter trains and Amtrak, including the Cascade service and 2 long-distance routes, the Empire Builder and our next train, the Coast Starlight. I officially call it a day, visiting Lumen Field, home of the now 2-time Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks and the multi-time Major League Soccer champions, the Seattle Sounders. The stadium officially opened in 2002, replacing the Kingdome that once stood here. After that, I head to my hotel room for the night, a nice little cozy rest spot. This hotel is an Embassy Suites hotel located just across from King Street Station. It has an indoor pool, so I brought my unicorn tube. And in the morning, they offer a free breakfast. The bathroom has a painting of a streamlined passenger train on it. Lucky for us, the railroad tracks of King Street can be seen right outside the window. So let's see some freight action in Seattle. A northbound BNSF oil train is passing through while a southbound one with CN power meets it on the other track. After both oil trains pass, a northbound BNSF manifest passes through King Street with 2 CN locomotives in the consist. As the freight disappears into the underground tunnel, our first day of the trip comes to a close. It's early morning, and we are back at King Street Station. Before our train arrives, let's see some other trains that come through here and take time to document them.
Remain closed unless opened by Amtrak personnel, and only ticketed passengers are allowed onto the platform. Passing through a closed loading gate can result in penalties, including criminal trespass and arrest. Please do not open any doors marked as a gate at any time. Thank you.
We first see a few sounder trains arrive and depart the station.
Yeah, come in, come in. Come in. They're getting sections.
A southbound BNSF High Priority Z passes the station. This train originated in Chicago and is on its way to Tacoma. While the Z passes, a northbound Amtrak Cascades train arrives. A northbound sounder arrives while a southbound departs for Lakewood. Shortly after, Amtrak Cascades 516 arrives at the station. The consist is an interesting one. A SC-44 Charger leads with Bud-built Amfleet passenger coaches, a Viewliner baggage car, and bringing up the rear is a GE P-42 Genesis in the Phase 5 paint scheme, first introduced in 2000 and has been the mainstay livery, but now is being phased out in favor of the new modern livery Phase 7. While Amtrak boards its passengers for Vancouver, a northbound BNSF manifest is heading for Everett. After the freight passes, another southbound sounder departs. Shortly after the sounder departs, Amtrak 516 has been fully boarded and is now heading for Canada. It's not every day you see a Viewliner baggage car, as baggage storage is mainly used for the ex-F40PH cabbages, which will also be phased out soon along with the Amfleets in favor of the new Siemens-built Aerosets, set to debut this fall.
Passengers should proceed to Amtrak 5. Please remove any travel documents from the overhead and have them ready for scanning by the conductor. Thank you for choosing Amtrak.
Soon it's time to board our train. Amtrak Train 11, the southbound Coast Starlight bound for Los Angeles. With our destination being Dunsmir, California, our longest leg of the journey officially begins.
There are no restrooms in any of our food service cars. And for those passengers who just joined us here in coach, if you could please have those tickets out and ready for scan. Get up to the train here just a moment to scan those tickets. You need whatever has the barcode on it. If you have that ticket on an electronic device, we would please ask that you have the code enlarged in the brightness of the device turned all the way up. That little colored slip of paper they gave you inside the station, that is not your ticket. That's your seat assignment. That goes above your seat, please. You can select to choose whatever has the barcode. If you do have it on an electronic device, please have that code once. This will go right up to the device turned all the way up. Down here, first Commuter Washington, about 40 minutes away. Still like close before the Amtrak Starlight Central San Francisco.
As we depart Seattle, we pass Republic Services, a garbage facility where well cars are loaded with intermodal garbage containers bound for the landfill at Roosevelt on the Columbia River. Also located here, behind the sports stadiums, is Amtrak's maintenance facility, where cars and locomotives are serviced.
Put it between those two banks there.
Right behind you.
It's right.
Going further into the industrial side of Seattle, on our right is Union Pacific's Argo Yard. This is Union Pacific's terminal on the line between Seattle and Portland, Oregon, as UP has trackage rights on most of BNSF's trackage to Portland, Oregon. Continuing south out of Seattle, we see a northbound BNSF coal train on its way to Canada.
There we go, let's go.
Good morning. My name is Deborah, and my staff partner is David, and our National Park Service interpretive guide. Comments on the one along our route from Seattle to Portland. We are volunteers with the Trails and Rails program of Amtrak and the National Park Service. This based out of the Klondike Gold Rush National Historic Park in Seattle. Please join us in the upper level of the lounge car, and that's the car located behind the dining car in front of the coach car. It's the car where the window stretch nearly from the floor to the ceiling. If you have a National Park Service passport, then
make our way to Vancouver, we listen to Amtrak's Trails and Rails National Park Service speakers giving facts about passing towns.
That's the glacier. And it's about a mile wide, that glacier that's created. You can still see it today. The crater is a mile wide. Now there are two glaciers that have filled in since then, part of the crater. So it used to be deeper, but now there's two glaciers. One's called Winthrop and the other one's called Emmons Glacier. And Kent and the Auburn valleys were settled in the 1850s time frame, when pioneers came out here, and they were granted land, 160 acres per settler, and that included women, which was very unusual back then. So if you had a husband and wife who claimed 320 acres, they had to use it for 4 years in order for their claim to stick. And so this area, a lot of people were growing hops, and that's how they created income. And Kent used to be called Titusville, originally was called Titusville, but it was so much wealth was created by the hops industry that they changed the name to Kent after Kent County in England. And England was having a lot of problems with their hops industry because of an aphid. And Ezra and Eliza came over. First they got here and it was so forested. Can you believe this whole area used to be so thick with forest? They said, man, go ahead. He named the city of Puyallup, which we'll be coming up onto too. And that was after the Puyallup tribe. And he was the first and third mayor of Puyallup. And his wife, Eliza, she kept the earnings she got from her 160 acres separate from his account, which turned out to be a good thing because Ezra fell on hard times and has, I can't remember, 17 rooms, I think. And it was the only house around with a bathroom above the first floor.
Wow.
So, and she was also helped open the first library in the area. So Ezra helped mark the Oregon Trail. He went back and drove it and helped the historians mark out the whole Oregon Trail, setting up the markers you see today. So they were very important to this area. The rails that we're on right now, this used to be called Orphan Road because originally when the rails were going from Tacoma to Seattle, it wasn't well maintained and it was often shut down, and they didn't have a good turnaround. They did not have any turnaround spot in Seattle, so they had to back the train all the way back into Tacoma. So they quit servicing this area, which caused a lot of uproar with the farmers and the tradesmen in the area, that they threatened to revoke the parcel lands from the railroad, and that got their attention, and they reopened it in September of 1885, I think. So they reopened the train tracks, and that's what we're on.
We enter the town of Auburn. This is where the BNSF splits into two different routes. The route we're on continues south to Vancouver. The other route to the left is BNSF's Stampede Pass route, which was originally operated by the Northern Pacific. After the merger with the Great Northern to create Burlington Northern, the line was abandoned until the merged BNSF reopened the line in December of 1996.
Rail marshaling area of the Northern Pacific Railroad. And you'll notice on the opposite side of the tracks there's a very large warehouse assembly, which actually was developed by the Navy during World War II, when this was a major, also going through an area which before they started raising warehouses as their main crop, was one of the most productive agricultural areas in the state. and it was well known for a particular crop. In fact, the community of Sumner, which we will be passing through shortly, proudly calls themselves the rhubarb capital of the country. So if you like rhubarb pie, or my favorite, strawberry rhubarb, buy a rootstock, plant it somewhere, and then it seems to last forever. We're also very shortly going to be crossing the White River. It is one of the 6 rivers that we cross on this route that originate on Mount Rainier. And the White River is called the White River because it often flows a milky white, which is from the glacial flour that is at the base of glaciers as they recede. Glaciers coming down the mountain grind the bedrock underneath them into a very fine powder, and then as they recede, that powder is washed down the rivers, mostly in the spring or fall in areas of high rainfall. So very shortly we'll be crossing the White River. And just after the White River...
Ladies and gentlemen, come to a stop here at an all red signal, waiting for a little bit of train traffic ahead of us to clear up. As soon as that traffic clears up, we get a better signal to continue on further south. We're coming to a stop here at an all red signal, waiting for a little bit of train traffic ahead of us to clear up. As soon as that traffic clears up, we get a better signal to continue on further south.
Roger that. We pull over in Auburn to let a northbound BNSF manifest pass with a very interesting consist.
Right side of the train lane area. So if you are a King County resident, there's your
Grain and cement hoppers, what they are. I think the smaller ones are full of like cement, and then like the bigger ones are grain. Once the manifest passes, we are back underway.
Northern Santa Fe grain train.
Very nice.
Seattle and Tacoma both have major grain elevators for export of grains, mostly wheat. And most of the grain exported from these ports of the Puget Sound are actually from Montana and North Dakota. The grain that we grow in Washington State, Eastern Oregon, Idaho, is mostly shipped out of the Columbia River, and we'll discuss that a little more as we get into the Columbia River. Puget Sound is really a fairly minor export center for grain, but it does provide for large bulk carriers because the Puget Sound Channel is about 600 feet deep, whereas Columbia River Channel is only 35 feet. So
Wow.
The different sizes of trains are pretty significant. So we're coming right up to the city of Sumner. Well, actually, this is the city of Pacific, but the White River here we'll be crossing over very shortly, just as we get to this strip of trees. So here's the White River, and it's running pretty white. And then this is the wetland restoration area, and departure from the historic Bureau of Indian Affairs schools for Native American, with the intention of destroying Native American culture. This is just the opposite. The Muckleshoot tribe, in association with the BIA.
Spokane, good. Second one is Spokane.
This is my second time this year going.
And being crossed. And as we're entering into the airport off to the side, you'll see the dome, a wooden dome. That's the Tacoma Dome.
But yeah, maybe they're on the same. Was it also 7 days you said, or was it 10 days? Wow.
I would have made 7 days. So I didn't have anything else to compare it to. That's what I did personally. I do think that Carnival had better entertainment pieces.
So the Tacoma Dome is fairly new. It opened in
We officially enter the city of Tacoma. This is where BNSF major traffic out of Seattle terminates. From here, passenger traffic takes a different route to Nisqually.
It holds 5,000 to 23,000 people. And we have lots of concerts there, truck competitions, rodeos, all sorts
So
of
I think they missed the mark there. With all the people drink factors.
Oh, 100%. Because I'm sure the majority of people on there are wanting to drink.
It's the largest dome in the world by far.
This bypass route through Tacoma was originally opened in 2017. It was built to save time compared to the BNSF freight route along Puget Sound. That didn't have much double track and caused Amtrak to wait for freight traffic sometimes.
The newest Amtrak station opened in 2017, and the Coast Starlight and Amtrak Cascades started using it in 2021. Before that, they would run along the point to point and around the usual seating route along the Puget Sound.
As we depart Tacoma, we are officially on the passenger bypass. We are in DuPont, Washington. Shortly, we will be passing over the bridge over the I-5 highway, the site of the disastrous derailment of an Amtrak Cascades train on the bypass's inaugural run that departed Tacoma. It was going too fast and flew off the bridge onto the freeway below. 77 passengers were on board. 3 died, while 57 passengers and some crew members were injured. After the derailment, Amtrak wouldn't use the line again until 2021, which it still uses today.
Billy Frank was along the Sac River. Allow us to fish in our usual and coastal areas, and we are not subject to state regulation. And Billy Frank not a beneficiary. And somehow, with this Okay, here we are, top of the grade. Red building on the right. Frosty's Saloon. Reputed to be the oldest continuously operating dispenser of alcoholic beverages in the state of Washington. And not only that, on the bar at Frosty's, fairly normal feature. But at Frosty's, those bar stools are numbered. And every time a train goes by, and many trains go by on a typical day, the bartender reaches into an old Maxwell House coffee can, a metal coffee can at that, it pulls out a number. And if you happen to be seating on the bar stool that corresponds with that number, you are entitled to a free beer.
Perfect. Good afternoon, families. I'll box the game dining card. This time dining card is going to 12 o'clock lunch reservations. If you only find 12 o'clock lunch reservations, please take your way to the dining card. Time, your tables are ready. First call for 12 o'clock lunch reservations. Just a friendly reminder, please wait to be seated upon arrival to the dining car. Wait to be seated by Mary or myself. And wait by the door to be seated. First call for 12 o'clock lunch reservations. Tables are ready.
Now I can personally attest to the veracity of that. I spent an afternoon at Crossing, and I have to admit, many trains went by, and none of them corresponded to the bar stool on the city. But their hamburgers are pretty darn good, and their fries are exceptional.
And Windhoek is known as the capital of the egg capital of Washington. And even back in the 1900s, late 1800s, their eggs were shipped all over the country. If you were in Chicago, chances were that you were eating it had a scrambled egg. Chances were you were eating an egg that was produced in Windhoek. And in a moment, we're going to see the largest egg that was ever made, as well as a chicken. So I want you guys to all be ready to watch for this egg and this chicken. You let me know which comes first, the chicken or the egg.
Ha! Nice.
They're so proud of their eggs that they have a festival every year called Egg Days. It's the last weekend in June. And they started the world's largest egg in 1923 when they had a float. They produced this big egg for the float. They actually manufactured a skillet, forged a skillet, and had eggs, cracked a bunch of eggs, and maybe a great big egg omelet. So keep looking over to the right. It's going to come up here pretty quick here. Whoever sees it first, let us know which comes first, the egg.
Found it!
There's the egg and there's the chicken. So
Oh, I didn't even see the chicken.
the chicken was right across the street from the egg. Here's another chicken.
Ah, the chicken crossed the road.
So the answer is which comes first, the egg or the chicken or the egg? The egg comes first. And unless you go if you're going north, that's
It's all about perspective and approach.
So these small towns are real proud of their different festivals. They have Boo Festival in Dakota, the Egg Festival at Windhoek. Washington, but the shipments on the rail kept getting confused with Little Falls in Minnesota. So they asked the town of Little Falls, Washington to rename themselves. And the committee got together and they decided, hey, let's name it after Herr Vader. Herr Vader was an immigrant, long-time pioneer, and he was out of town at the time, but they went ahead and submitted his name as the replacement name for Little Falls. And when Herr Vader came back, they had a celebration and told him about it, and he was not happy, very angry. Well, in Germany, where he came from, East Germany, it's bad luck to name something after you while you're alive. And wait till you pass away, they made that. So he just got so angry that he got all his belongings and moved from Vader, Washington to Florida and stayed there, never came back.
Wow.
And yet the town is still named Vader, Washington. through the 5,000 between 1906 and 1912 because of the and then the 1930s depression caused everything to shut down here, and now the population is only 604. The original loggers that came out here were just amazed at how tall our trees were and how wide and how big diameter it was too. There's lots of pictures. Back in May of 1980, a big eruption happened. Out St. Helens blew up. There was lots of warnings about the eruption happening beforehand. The geologists were warning people that it was going to happen, and they started closing down different areas around it. So most of the people were off the mountain when that happened. But there were still people that didn't abide by the warnings and were out there. But it happened on Sunday morning around 11 a.m. No, 7:30. I remember because I was asleep. But it created a lahar that was bigger than any other recorded in U.S. history. There's 3 billion cubic yards, and in a few minutes we're going to see some of that ash. Just real fine powder sugar. And it moved eastward over towards eastern Washington and circled the whole globe. And deposited it all over the place. It shut down different aircrafts. People would get into the windows, cars and aircrafts and scratch. There was problems with the engines, so dust would clog up the vents. Now most of the silt was deposited in the North Fork of the Toutle River. And it is so great that the whole material would fill an American football field from goal to post to the height of 285 miles. That much volcanic ash was coming down. The lahar resulted in the loss of 520 homes, 47 bridges, 15 miles of railroad, and 185 miles of roadway. I-5 was covered by 5 feet of mud, and it took several days to excavate that mud off. And to this day, the river is still cloudy from the ash created by that. So here's off to the right is the first mound of ash. See how high it is?
Oh my gosh.
So you can imagine all that ash coming down, and they were dredging it. They pulled that out of that river that we're crossing right here. And they still are dredging. But the nice thing about that ash is because it's very fertile. It's got a lot of minerals in it. So they use that ash to fertilize different areas, and often there's a golf course coming up here called the Three Rivers Golf Course that was created from that ash. So you can see the mounds on both sides of us. I-5 is right, that's how close I-5 was, and that was why it was in Canada. And then there's one green tree. That green tree marks the grave of Abel Ostrander. Abel and his son Nathan came over in the 1850s, and Nathaniel was actually the first doctor in the region.
And ladies and gentlemen, in just a few minutes, going to be making our next station stop of Kelso, Longview, Washington. If Kelso is your final destination, please take a few minutes to gather your personal belongings, seat around you, and the overhead racks. Again, this will be Kelso, Longview, Washington, coming up in just a few minutes. Please head to the lower level of your assigned car for detraining. And this stop is for Kelso passengers only. Again, this stop is for Kelso passengers only. Kelso is not your final destination. Please remain seated and upstairs to allow those passengers who will be joining us here to get on as soon as possible. possible. Give Kelso Longview, Washington coming up in just a few minutes. Kelso passengers only, please.
Twin cities of Kelso, Longview. Kelso was established by a Scots immigrant by the name of Crawford, who proudly named his new town after his hometown of Kelso, Scotland. But across the river, we have a slightly different name origin. A fellow by the name of Robert Long, who was a timber baron from the Missouri, Arkansas area, bought a bunch of land in this area, wanted to establish sawmills and pulp mills and stuff. Came down into the area, scoped out this town of Kelso. Notice that it was a pretty wide open place. I mean, it served the timber industry, it served the lumberjacks, it provided all kinds of adult entertainment. Robert Long was a teetotaler. He didn't want anything to do with Kelso. So he established his own town. He modestly called it Longview after himself and after the beautiful view of the river. And he kind of modeled it after, New England Village. It has a nice little town square with a city hall on one side and the library and a hotel that he established. So Robert Long established his town, and it was dry. But there was always a bridge over the Cowlitz River. So his employees at the sawmills and pulp mills and the like, although they lived in a dry town, always had access to the various adult entertainments of Kelso. Now, Kelso and Longview have coexisted across the river from each other for many years, and there have been many proposals to combine the two towns into one. And they've had a vote on this every 10 or 20 years. And it turns out that the people in Longview always tend to vote for consolidation. And the people in Kelso are the ones that say, no, we do not want to join with these people across the river. Kind of an interesting identity issue there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the cafe car attendant. The cafe car is closing very shortly. I'm about to take my lunch break. The cafe car is closing very shortly. I'm about to take my lunch break. If you want to make a purchase in the cafe car before I go on a lunch break, come on down. The cafe car is closing very shortly.
We'll get our last glimpse of the Columbia River. Of the Cowlitz River. It flows into the Columbia River about a mile. Down the tracks a little ways is the town of Klamath we'll get a brief glimpse of the Columbia River. The Columbia River, as I'm sure you all know, is the largest river on the Pacific coast of both North and South America. The Columbia River is the largest river on the Pacific coast of the United States by a factor of about 8. The Sacramento River, which is the next largest river, has a much lower flow. The Columbia River has a flow of about 2 million gallons per second.
Wow.
So a gallon has about the same volume as a basketball. So when you look at the Columbia River, think about 2 million basketballs flowing by. So the Mississippi River, for example, has a flow of 4.5 million gallons per second. So it's a little more than twice the flow of the Columbia River. Well, Niagara Falls has a flow of...
There you go.
Niagara Falls has a flow of 750,000 gallons per second. So the Columbia River has about 2.5 times the flow of Niagara Falls.
Wow.
Very good. Thank you.
So the Mississippi has a flow of 4.5 million gallons per second. Any idea what the second largest river in North America is? Mississippi is first at 4.5 million.
Missouri River.
Second largest is the St. Lawrence River at 2.6 million gallons. So, you know, about 20% larger than the Columbia. The Ohio is only a tiny bit more flow than the Columbia. It clocks in about 2.1. The Missouri River has only about a quarter of the flow of the Columbia. So the Columbia is by far the largest river west of the Rockies. So we are coming up to the little town of Klamath here, named after a Hawaiian employee of the Columbia Basin, of the Hudson's Bay Company. So here's the Columbia River. We're going to get a glance of it here. We'll see it at Klamath. On most of our route to Portland, we won't see the river because the railroad wisely built their rails out of the floodplain, you know, away from the river. So this is a little side channel between the shore and that island, but out there is the main channel of the Columbia River. The mouth of the Columbia River is about 70 miles to the west. The discovery of the Columbia River is kind of an interesting story. In the 1790s, a Spanish explorer by the name of Ecotop sailed by this area, noticed that the water in the ocean turned kind of brown, which is usually a indication that there's flow from inland coming into the area. Over the years, various other explorers noticed this, but the first European American to actually navigate into the Columbia River was a Boston seaman by the name of Gray, who sailed his ship, the Columbia, into the Columbia River over the bar. At about the same time, the British explorer George Vancouver also sailed past, but he did not attempt to enter the Columbia River. So that established one of the main bases for the American claim to the Pacific Northwest. So we're coming into Klamath. This was actually where the Northern Pacific Railroad started their branch line to Seattle in 1873. And as we travel along the river, you'll see a lot of grain elevators, because Columbia River ports export about a third of the grain, or a third of the wheat that is exported for the United States. Now, a lot of that is from eastern Washington, eastern Oregon, Idaho. Soft white wheat, largely exported to Asia. But in fact, over the last couple decades, a surprisingly larger amount of Midwest grain and also soybeans have been exported from the Columbia River. Now, we may see some bulk ships out there in the Columbia. You might notice that they're kind of small. And the reason for that is that the Columbia River channel is maintained by the Corps of Engineers at about 35 feet. So you really can't get the largest bulk carriers into the Columbia River ports. But despite that, Columbia River ports do export about a third of the grain, third of the wheat exported from the United States. Until we get to Portland and cross over the bridge.
The land across from the Columbia River is now Oregon over there. We're on the Washington side, traveling down the Washington side. And that's how far up the Columbia River carves before it heads west out to Seaside and out to the Pacific Ocean. There's a good 60 minutes episode that I found. I just recently watched. It was a rerun of it called The Surfmen. And it's, you've heard of the Navy SEALs. They're the best of the Navy. Well, they have the same thing for the Coast Guard. It's called the Surfmen, and they actually train at the mouth of the Columbia
Good afternoon, folks. At this time, dining cars going to 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, lunch reservations. City holding 1 o'clock. Lunch reservations, your tables are ready.
Columbia River is home to all kinds of different wildlife. You might see them. There are seals for eagles and ospreys. Eagles develop their white head 4 or 5 years old. Are full grown.
in just a few minutes, going to be making our next station stop of Vancouver, Washington. In Vancouver is your final destination. Please take a few minutes to get your personal belongings, see around you, and the overhead racks. Again, this will be Vancouver, Washington. Coming up in just a few minutes, please head to the lower level of your assigned car for heat training. Okay, Vancouver, Washington, coming up in just a few minutes. Vancouver passengers only, please.
Arriving in Vancouver, Washington, we pass by BNSF's Vancouver Yard, a major northwest hub for BNSF, with trains bound for Tacoma and Pasco along the Columbia River. The station here plays host to several Amtrak trains, including the Coast Starlight, the Amtrak Cascades, and Amtrak's Portland section of the Empire Builder that travels along the Columbia River to Spokane. A giant swing bridge is located here, connecting the states of Washington and Oregon. Departing Vancouver, we officially leave the homeland of Washington and are entering Oregon. The Portland Union Station isn't far from here.
The Amtrak Coast Starlight train number 11, southbound service. Next station stop, Portland, Oregon, about 20 minutes away. Again, Portland, Oregon, up next, about 20 minutes away. We're currently crossing the Columbia River. Welcome to Oregon.
shopping cart there. What the heck? Another one.
seated upstairs, so we ask them for that complete stop inside the station. Once we do stop, we will be opening all accommodation doors. However, we would please ask that you wait for a uniformed crew member to open that door for you. Please watch your step as you exit the train and follow the concrete walkway into the station. If you didn't have any checked baggage here to Portland, you'll need to head inside and into the right underneath the red neon baggage signs just a few minutes after this train's arrival. If you do need assistance getting into the station, the red caps is directly at the end of the train and work your way down to you as soon as possible. If you are making any connections here at Portland, please head inside the station and see station personnel for any and all connection information. And for those passengers who are continuing on points further southward, Portland will be one of those opportunities for you to step off the train, stretch your legs, get some fresh air, smoke a quick cigarette. However, a few important caveats to this announcement. If you're going to smoke anything of any kind, the anywhere will not be on the station platform. Portland City law prohibits smoking on the station platform. You'll need to head through the station lobby onto the traffic circle in front to the designated smoking area. In addition, Portland is a closed platform, meaning they will re-verify your ticket to get you back out to the train. So feel free to step on, feel free to head inside the station to explore, but if you head inside the station, you'll need to bring your ticket with you. Whatever has the barcode on it will get you back out to the train. If you're seated in coach, that little colored slip of paper above your seat, that is not your ticket, that's your seat assignment. That stays on the train, please. But again, whatever has the barcode will get you back out to the train. Again, feel free to step off, stretch your legs. If you do step off, you need to be back on board no later than 2:15. Again, 2:15 p.m. First, both the train and station will close shortly after to ensure an on-time departure. So again, feel free to step off, just be back on board no later than 2:15, again 2:15 p.m. Listen for those reboarding announcements and promptly reboard this train once that announcement has been made. Get Portland, Oregon coming up in just a few minutes. On behalf of myself and the train crew, I'd like to thank you for choosing Amtrak this afternoon. Most importantly, I'd like to welcome you here to the Rose City.
As we enter the city of Portland, we officially enter Portland Union Station. The station opened for business on February 14th, 1896. The station was originally built as a terminal for the Northern Pacific Railroad. It originally served trains of the Northern Pacific, Union Pacific, Southern Pacific, and the Spokane, Portland, and Seattle. Today, it serves several Amtrak trains, including the Amtrak Cascades, the Coast Starlight, and the Portland section of the Empire Builder, as well as providing services for the local Tri-Met light rail and regional bus networks. Before we can depart, we have to wait for some freight traffic to clear. A northbound Union Pacific intermodal crawls past the station. The speed limit for freight trains through the city is only 10 to 20 miles per hour. Once the intermodal clears, we depart Portland with many more miles to go. As we leave the city behind, we head into Oregon farm country.
Alfonso's going to be walking through to take your dinner reservation. Mr. Lopez will walk through to take your dinner reservation. This is for my supercar passengers at this time. Have one member of your party in your room. One member party in your room to take the dinner reservation. Alfonso's going to start from the 32 car, work his way down to the 31 car, work his way down to the 30 car. Please have your doors and curtains open. If your door or curtains are closed, Alfonso will just assume that you guys don't want to have dinner in the diner. If you're trying to have dinner in the diner, please have your curtain doors open. Approximately 10 minutes, Alfonso will come through. Thank you. And coach passengers, please wait for our second announcement for the available space for dinner tonight. Thank you. My apologies. It's going to start from the 30 car, then 31 car, then 32.
Really? September 22nd or September 22nd? What's up there?
Salem is your destination. Now is a good time to look around your seat. Make sure you have all your belongings before stepping off the train. If you have checked luggage to collect here in Salem, Oregon, you'll put that past the station. Once again, all checked luggage can be collected at the station. Once again, folks, Salem, Oregon, up next. Your destination, now is the time. Where to be trained. Once again, folks, now arriving Salem, Oregon. Alrighty, folks, our next station stop will be Albany, Oregon. Once again, Albany, Oregon. Approximately 30 minutes, once again, 30 minutes for Albany, Oregon. And for those of you who just joined us here in Salem, Oregon, welcome aboard southbound Amtrak Starlight train number 11.
Yeah, I think we dropped it like that. They were able savings after.
Attention passengers, just a couple minutes outside of our station stop of Albany, Oregon. Once again, Albany, Oregon, our next station stop. If Albany is your destination, now is the time to start gathering up all belongings, checking around your seat, overhead bin, and seat back pocket for any and all items. If you have checked luggage to collect here in Albany, you will collect that at the station, and all checked luggage can be collected from the station here in Albany. Once again, folks, Albany, Oregon, for Albany passengers only.
Well, we got a whole rail yard here. Oh yeah, they're long. I've seen them so many times where I'm from. Go for a mile long.
Do you go there and like hang out and look at the trains?
Oh yeah, in areas like where I can like set up a filming location. Yeah, I do.
Ready to make your way downstairs to your train once again, Albany, Oregon. All right.
Where is it's like near Macedonia. It's like near Dunsmir. Okay.
We arrive in Albany. Arriving at the station, we pass by a rail yard. This yard is operated by the Portland and Western Railroad, a short-line railroad in the Western Oregon area. This is a part of the PNW's Toledo branch, running between Albany and Toledo, a distance of 75 miles.
Once again, 45.
In Harrisburg, we pull over in a siding to let a northbound Amtrak Cascades train pass. Once the train has passed, we see a big tractor plowing. We are back underway, continuing our journey to Dunsmir. While in the dining car for a nice dinner, we arrive in Eugene, Oregon. This is the end of the line for the Amtrak Cascades and is the starting point for Union Pacific's line over the Oregon Cascades to Klamath Falls, formerly owned by the Southern Pacific Railroad.
Park the car for $20 a night. Apparently that space we use all the state.
Yeah.
So now everybody's squeezed to go back and do everything they want to do. And the pre-planning is what you call it up, say, if you have a week at the hotel,
The Oregon Cascades are a beautiful sight, and through my camera, you'll see many beautiful sights of this scenic part of the journey. As we pass by Lookout Point Lake, the sun is beginning to set as we travel into the night to Klamath Falls.
No, why? It's so expensive. I'm so glad I sold my places just because it's just, look at that. How pretty is that?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I say I want to live by a waterfall. I think that'd be so great.
Yeah, I wish they would get a little smarter about train travel.
Yeah, we have to.
Like, I know there's one for, I don't know all the details of
Right.
the Grand Canyon.
Yeah,
But
that would be
how about rent a track to Yellowstone?
something.
So you go.
Yeah, they would make so much money and just see, you know.
We are passing through the small community of Oak Ridge. Union Pacific keeps water tankers here in case of a fire emergency. Also, UP keeps maintenance of way equipment here. And also spotted here is an old Southern Pacific bay window caboose. The bay window caboose made its debut on the Akron, Canton, and Youngstown Railroad in 1923 as a solution to sagging roofs on wooden cars. Later, the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad pioneered the early bay window designs in 1929, before the style exploded in popularity during World War II. The Southern Pacific Railroad first acquired them in 1947, and they were in service for 40 to 50 years until their retirement in the mid-1990s. While most railroads phased out cabooses in the 80s, the SP kept some of their cabooses for local routes. The golden evening sunlight gleams over the silver Superliner coaches as we roll through the sunset and into the night, as our journey to Dunsmir is nearing its end. As nighttime rolls in, we arrive at Klamath Falls. The Union Pacific has a freight yard here, with trains bound for Oregon or California. BNSF also has trackage rights on this line. UP and BNSF share trackage at Chemult, where the BNSF Oregon trunk line joins the Union Pacific. The BNSF splits off at Klamath Falls until reaching the Ketty Y in the Feather River Canyon on the Gateway Subdivision, while the Union Pacific continues on the tracks that we are on to Dunsmir on the Black Butte Subdivision. Departing Klamath Falls, we click off the final miles to Dunsmir as we leave Oregon behind and head into Northern California. As we approach the old depot at Dunsmir, the second leg of our journey officially comes to an end. Staying the night in Dunsmir, we are at the Jubilee Railroad Wilderness Lodge, a train-themed hotel where visitors stay in refurbished cabooses. I slept in the Burlington Northern caboose. Each caboose has a bathroom, bed, TV, and a bunch of framed pictures on the wall of pieces of railroad history, as well as pictures of the park itself. The next morning, we get a better look at the property area. Lots of cabooses from various different road names. There's also a restaurant here, the Dining Car Restaurant. Unfortunately, it wasn't open when we were here. But the biggest part of the park is this old Shay locomotive resting near a water tower. This locomotive was built in the 1920s by the Willamette Iron and Steel Works in Portland, Oregon. These locomotives were specifically designed to haul heavy timber over the steep, uneven, and temporary tracks that typical of mountain logging camps. Instead of pistons directly turning the wheels, its engine utilized vertical pistons on the side to turn a long drive shaft, running the length of the locomotive and tender. This drive shaft connected to gears on every single wheel set. We are back at the Dunsmir Depot. Unfortunately, no trains showed up as the line was shut down for a while. The depot is one of the oldest on the route, being the first stop in the state of California. This building was built in 1907, replacing a converted boxcar building that was built in 1887 and expanded by the Southern Pacific Railroad. Dunsmir is filled with railroad history, as evidenced by this mural just up the road from the depot on Pine Street at the Hotel California. The Hotel California Dunsmir in Northern California is widely known in local lore as the Upside Down Hotel and famous for its paranormal activity and reportedly the home of 13 ghosts. The building was even the setting for the 2022 supernatural thriller film Hotel Dunsmir. Okay, enough of the haunted hotel. Let's make our way back to the depot, because a few days later, we are waiting for Amtrak's Coast Starlight, heading back to Seattle. The depot also has a museum that is open seasonally on the 1st to the 3rd from May to October. Regular hours of opening are from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The train arrived later than expected. By the time the train was nearing its arrival, the sky went from black to a dark blue as morning officially settled in. At just past 6 a.m., a faint K5LA is heard in the distance, echoing off the valley, as Amtrak Train 14, the Coast Starlight, heading north for Seattle, arrives. We are back on board and are making the journey back to Seattle. As we leave Dunsmir, the sun begins to rise over the Northern California landscape. We get a glimpse of Mount Shasta, followed by some southbound UP freights along the way.
Yeah, pero hindi deck, pero big. Yeah, kasi cemento. Pwede deck, pero itipid mo.
Get your break.
Attention all of my coach passengers, if you have for whatever reason moved to a different seat throughout the night tonight, now is the perfect time to go back to your original assigned seat. We're getting more people on throughout the route. Those seats need to be available. Again, if you have moved to a different seat throughout the night that was not assigned to you, I need you to go back to your original seat. Let's put on trash in the trash bin. Do not leave trash in these seats for someone else to pick up.
We leave California behind and head back into Oregon as we re-enter Klamath Falls. The Klamath Falls Depot was built in 1916 for the Southern Pacific Railroad. It was later operated by Amtrak in 1971. Even though Amtrak uses the depot, it is owned by the Union Pacific Railroad. A Union Pacific freight train is parked in one of the sidings. Soon after we get back on board, we will be back underway. We are approaching the station at Chemult. This is where the BNSF splits off from the Union Pacific. The track veering off to the right is the BNSF Oregon Trunk Subdivision, which starts at the Columbia River.
Have you ever been to the stop before?
This one?
No, I haven't. They've been here.
We soon arrive back in Eugene, Oregon. The station in Eugene was built in 1908 for the Southern Pacific Railroad and later taken over by Amtrak in 1971, which it still operates today, being the end of the line for the Amtrak Cascades and an intermediate station stop for the Coast Starlight.
Do you need a lighter? Because I have 10 of those too. Yes, I swear to God, I go. I don't know why I quite. At home, I can never find one now.
Before we depart, we are still stopped at the station. A southbound Union Pacific manifest passes us on the second track. A former Chicago and Northwestern AC 44CW, originally numbered 8804, now under the name UP 6706, is in the consist. Once the freight has cleared, we depart Eugene and continue our journey to Seattle.
That was our stop of Albany. Our next stop in about 30 minutes, around estimated approximately 30-ish minutes, will be that of Salem. If you are one of the folks leaving us at Salem, now is a great time to look around those roofs, look around those seats, look overhead, underfoot, in between those cushions. Make sure those cushions, check those seat back pockets in front of you, make sure you have everything. By the time we arrive in the Salem, please ensure your seats are upright level position as well as any passenger boarding training. Salem is a stop just for those ticketed. If you are not ticketed to leave us at Salem, when we get there, we will need my always there on the level for a clear press. That way we can safely make sure everybody's ticketed to leave us done and then board our new passengers. Again, Salem is just for those ticketed. About around approximately 30-ish minutes to our next stop of Salem passengers. Folks, that was Salem. Our next stop, about an hour and 10-ish minutes from now, will be that of Portland. Portland's Union Station, once again. About around estimated approximately an hour and 10-ish minutes, y'all. If you are one of the many folks moving up to Portland, now is a great time to get ahead. As always, look around your room, look around your seats, look overhead, underfoot, in between those seats. Check those seat back pockets to try to get you traveling in our coaches. All you folks, please dispose of as much trash as possible. More importantly, we greatly appreciate that. This is for everybody. Portland is a service stop, and all the services we do there is dispose of as much trash as possible. Again, any and all trash can be thrown away. Before we arrive to Portland, that'd be greatly appreciated. For those continuing north past Portland, Portland is a step-off opportunity. It is the last one of the trip as well, so just keep that in mind. About around estimated approximately an hour and 15-ish minutes to our next stop in Portland. If you're one of the folks leaving us there, you're one of those folks waiting for a step-off opportunity. And then the last step-off opportunity of the trip. Please folks, dispose of trash as soon as possible. And make much fun for this trip as possible in Portland. Thank you.
We stop in Aurora to let the southbound coast Starlight pass by. Once the Starlight passes, we continue north to Portland.
front, there is no riding bicycles along the platforms or in the station. So for those continuing northbound with us, this is your step-off opportunity. However, due to local city ordinance, there is no smoking or vaping allowed on the platform. So if you're going to step off to smoke or vape anything, you're going to go through the station out front to the designated area. Once again, through the station out front to the designated area. They're going to try and get out of here as close to on time as possible, folks, but please listen for all boarding announcements over the loudspeaker. It does reach outside. And Portland is a closed platform, so you will need your ticket to reboard. Your ticket is the one that we scan, either emailed to you, printed off at an Amtrak station, or on the Amtrak app. That one is what you will need to reboard. And like I said, listen up for all reboarding announcements over the loudspeaker, especially the last call gate closing. Okay, so I'm going to try and get out of here as quickly as possible to keep on time. So just make sure you are listening. Portland Union Station coming up.
We have made it back to Portland Union Station. Our long journey is nearing its end.
No, because they used to have a Nike outlet store downtown. Go in there.
On our way to the Washington border, we see a BNSF empty oil train with a Ferromex unit in the consist, wearing the original paint scheme.
Alrighty, folks, for those of you just joining us here in Portland, welcome aboard train 14, northbound coast Starlight with service all the way to Seattle. Safety is priority number one for us here at Amtrak, folks, so I do encourage you to take a look at that safety pamphlet in front of you, then take a look around yourself and locate the nearest emergency exit. There's no smoking approaching that restroom door. Please do it a courtesy knock before attempting to open, and then once you're inside, to avoid any embarrassing moments, be sure to lock the door. Also, the systems on these trains are very sensitive, so once you are inside, please do not place or flush anything into the toilet that doesn't belong there. If one restroom goes out of service, the entire system for that car will go out of service as well. If you are traveling with anybody younger than the age of 13, they must be accompanied. Wherever they go, you go as well. I did mention we have that observation car. It is located directly in front of the coach cars and just behind the dining car. Cafe is located on the lower level of the observation car. It is open seating, folks, under two conditions. Please, no sleeping, no stacking out, racking out. Please stay upright with those eyes open. Also, please only occupy one personal space. That seat next to you needs to be available for another human being who wants to enjoy the sights, the scenery, and maybe even accompanying conversation of the view. One last thing, folks, there's only really 3 reasons you should be stepping off this train. First one would be get your final destination, which totally makes sense. Second reason would be for a fresh air stop, which we have no more of those left over. Seattle is the last station stop where you can do that. Third reason to step off this train would be for an emergency situation, which we are not predicting for this trip. With that being said, a PA announcement will be made for any of those situations. So, other than that, please do not slip off the train. Our next station stop is going to be Vancouver. Vancouver is the next station stop. After this lengthy announcement, our arrival time is going to be probably in about 14 minutes. I will make another announcement upon arrival. It will be for Vancouver passengers only. Thank you.
We officially cross over the Columbia River and leave the state of Oregon behind, as we are back in our home state of Washington as we enter Vancouver.
Start looking around your surroundings and gathering up your belongings. Don't forget to look above you in that luggage rack and then the seat compartments in front of you. Also, please gather up any garbage or trash you may have collected along the way and dispose of that in the receptacle at either end of the car, the one near the stairwell. Once we do arrive at Vancouver, you can head down that stairwell to the lower level where the exit doors are located. If you do have any checked bags or bags to be reclaimed, just outside of the station, about 5 to 10 minutes after we arrive. If you do have a bicycle to reclaim, walk on up to the head end of the train, then there will be somebody
They're not passing it off to you on the platform B4. Vancouver passengers also.
The station at Vancouver was built in 1908. The station plays host to 3 different trains: Amtrak Cascades, the Portland section of the Empire Builder, and the Coast Starlight. The tracks passing through the depot belong to the BNSF Railway, specifically the Fall Bridge and Seattle subdivisions. Historically, the station area was also heavily utilized by the Spokane, Portland, and Seattle Railway, which had major shop facilities in the city. The current BNSF rail yard in Vancouver is the terminal for various BNSF freights between Tacoma and Everett, and the Columbia River and Pasco. BNSF also has various industries on the Port of Vancouver on the other side behind our view. The yard also has a maintenance facility that services both locomotives and rail cars.
Alrighty, folks, our next station stop will be Kelso. Kelso, Washington is the next station stop. Estimated travel time is about 30 to 35 minutes. I will make another announcement upon arrival.
Goodbye, just on.
$1:30 reservations for dinner. You're welcome to make your way to the dining car at this time. If you can please wait by the sliding doors, greatly appreciate it. 4:30, come on in.
Good afternoon. It's a great day to ride Amtrak. Beautiful day to look at the scenery. I'm Dave. My travel partner is Scott. We're volunteers with the National Park Service. We're set up in the lounge car behind the dining car in front of Coach, and we tell little stories about towns, cities, geology, history, whatever.
Skip the middle. I just say like that's going to go somewhere. guys got? That's steak?
Yes, I got the steak.
Which one's better? The steak looks good.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, it's alright.
Salmon. Well, you're going to be ordering both of us. Potatoes, my God. It's butter. Right here. It's butter.
I just want to say that.
Okay.
Actually, can I have chicken instead of that is cute.
Mountain right here.
I'm not getting pictures.
Yeah, get those cameras.
Don't forget to look above you in that luggage rack and then the seat compartments in front of you. Also, please gather up any garbage or trash you may have collected along the way and dispose of that in the receptacle at either end of the car or the one near the stairwell. Your exit door to the AC is next.
Seems awesome. Yeah, really nice. I don't know if he's still here or not. That'd be a long day. That would be a long shit. Yeah. Definitely a better looking stage. Yeah.
Showed me like where the outland of the station.
Sound is like on the tracks. Like I think Harvey showed me. I've been worried with Harvey. You know, he's been here for 20 years. Yeah.
All right, folks, our next station stop will be Tacoma. Tacoma, Washington is the next station stop. Estimated travel time is about 30 to 35 minutes. For those of you hanging out in the observation car, once we do depart Tacoma, the observation car will be closed. I will remind you of this, and I also will make another announcement upon arrival.
Audie's, we're leaving Tacoma.
Last point of destination in the Seattle Street is coming up in about 40 to 45 minutes. Once again, or last final destination, Seattle Station. 40 to 45 minutes travel time. Also, if you find yourself in that sexy lounge or the Dunsmir Cafe, it is now closed. But before you depart that area, there's a couple of associates there. All kinds of fabulous information and history about the Arizona Beach traversing. If you caught any bit of their presentation, please give them a round of applause. Let them know you appreciate those handshakes, fist bumps, maybe even a hug, I don't know.
We are now passing the Boeing facility. We are just a few miles from the city of Seattle.
Alrighty, folks, we're going to be arriving in Seattle King Street Station in just a few moments. We do ask that everybody please remain upstairs until the train does come to a full stop at the station. Everybody's going to be stepping off the train here in Seattle. We'd rather not have the aisleway or the stairwell full of people on the train is still moving. However, now is a good time to start looking around your surroundings, gathering up your belongings. You've heard this before, folks. Don't forget to look above you and that luggage rack into the seat compartment in front of you. Well, do ask that you please gather any garbage, trash, and things down the way if you haven't done so already. Dispose of that or bring it with you. Don't leave it on the train, folks. If you're in need of red cap service, that service will be available to you on the platform. They do make many trips to and from the station, so if you do miss that first lane, just hang out by one of the fillers and they'll come back for you. If you do have any checked bags, those bags can be reclaimed inside of the station about 5 to 10 minutes after we arrive. On behalf of Amtrak and crew on board, it has been a pleasure having you on board. We hope you have enjoyed your trip, and I'm going to count all of you among the lucky ones, because the train's actually on time today. Shocking. But it has been a pleasure having you on board. We do hope that you use Amtrak again in the future. Whatever you're doing when you get off the train, folks, we do hope you have.
We have made it back to Seattle as we enter King Street Station. Our long trip on the Cascades and Coast Starlight comes to an end. We're back in Bellingham at the Fairhaven Amtrak station, where we started our train journey. A southbound BNSF empty coal train led by a Heritage 2-9 passes through on a beautiful sunny evening. A little while later, we're waiting for Amtrak Cascades train number 519, heading south for Seattle. Before they arrive, a CN-powered oil train pulls over in the South Bellingham siding. The train is led by an ex-City Rail ES44 GEVO. These were leasing units owned by Citicorp Railmark Incorporated. The company was a subsidiary of Citibank for any railroads who needed extra power. However, with the rise of PSR and railroads cutting costs, the leasing units were seen as no longer required. In 2021, Canadian National bought all but 2 of the City Rail ES44s. The other 2 ended up in South Africa of all places, moving steel. Shortly after the oil train arrived, Amtrak 519 arrives in Bellingham. The consist is the usual SC44 Charger, Amfleet passenger coaches, and an ex-F40PH NPCU in the Cascades livery. Once Amtrak has arrived at the station, the northbound oil train has been given the green signal to proceed into Bellingham. This train is on its way to the Cherry Point Refinery in Custer. To end our journey, we are in downtown Bellingham, at the crossing on West Laurel Street, as we see the northbound Amtrak Cascades 518. Thanks for joining me on this journey. Until next time, this is Mason Bruce saying, I'll see you out on the rails. Thanks for watching.